Hi. The moon stares at us from above, distant, imperceptibly far. But not for long. Welcome. We are on the precipice of some grand shenanigans, and those shenanigans are space travel. The accomplishment of our goal is upon us. We are just about ready to make a rocket. Now, as much as we can make a rocket, we are not going to be ready to use it. But that's what today's for. Today, we are dedicated to the preparation for space travel. Not simply the physical ability to do it, like making the rocket, fueling the rocket, etc., but our ability to some extent, succeed at actually making it be a worthwhile trip. Even if legally that doesn't matter for this series. So we'll start by constructing the rocket itself, because that's cool and exciting. Let's go to the space race. Let's check the rocket tier. Let's go down here. Tier 1 rocket. There it is. Everything we need. My goodness, that's a lot of pollution. Let's do it. Take the wings, take the rocket. Okay. In we go. Nose. Fin. Engine. Plate. Then we have the lander. The fuel. The computer. Am I missing anything? Oh, there's gameplay to flight, all right. It flies. You are capable of navigating the rocket. I mean, it's no Kerbal Space Program, but you do have to dodge ceilings and land safely. Oh, interesting. It kind of forces its position, I see. I just got lucky then. We did it. Rocket. Oh my goodness, this thing is huge. Oh, that's funny. I'm just holding on top of my head. Oh, also, it appears that the portions of my skin are messed up. I think that's because it's one of those thin skins. And so it's not formatted properly for this early version of Minecraft. That's, unfortunate, but okay. We have a rocket. Let's put that safely in here. This thing is ready to go. Splendid. Okay, now that we have a rocket, we need to do all of the other prep stuff for rocketry. Like going to the moon. So, we got to give it a bunch of random junk for some reason. And then go to the moon. Okay. Are you prepared for the moon? No. If you die on the moon, you'll be returned to Earth without your stuff. A soulbind enchantment will keep an eye with you when you die. That makes sense. Okay, helium-3 and saltwater. The moon is rich in helium-3 because the sun has been embedding it in the upper layer of moon by the solar wind over billions of years. Cool. Salt water is also available in smaller quantities. You can get chlorine out of it. You want plenty of chlorine for processing rutile to get titanium. More planets and moons with gas and fluids underneath the surface. Bring along a multi-block fluid drill to recover those, okay? You can build a space station if you want. You can add up to 4 spin thrusters to your station to rotate it. Days on space stations last longer than on the overworld, so you can generate more solar power. You can build space stations here. Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Hint, each task corresponds to one space station. They're in the same order. You need to complete at least one task to complete the quest. I see. These correspond to the different station locations. Gotcha. Oxygen bubble distributor. The oxygen bubble distributor takes oxygen from the oxygen collector and makes an oxygen bubble, providing an area to safely breathe in without needing oxygen gear. The bubble is a sphere surrounding the distributor and will go through walls or any block. Alternatively, you can use an oxygen sealer, which means compressed desh plates, to contain oxygen inside a room. Interesting. Doesn't even seem that complicated. Most complicated thing here is the electric motor and, of course, the fact that these are going to need to be processed with a bunch of compressed stuff, but that's fine. I wonder how power requirements work. Interesting. Okay. Planetary empty canister. Indeed, you will be crying over all the tears you have to do for planets. Here's a handy reference. Empty canister. Don't I have those? Oh, it just gives me it just gives me a free liquid oxygen. I'll take it. Well, I got an empty canister. I will submit. Take the filled canister, though I am not exactly certain what to do with it. It appears to just be treating it as a container with oxygen in it. Okay. Put that back in here. I do not know the extent of the rocketry stuff. I only know the basics. I assume we'll be able to see all possible destinations from the interface the moment we launch. So we'll be able to check once the rocket's in the air. Though I doubt it. I think it's a lot of in the solar system destinations, but not many outside. The moon's day-night cycle is 2 hours, 40 minutes long, equaling 8 overworld days, and it is linked to the moon phases seen on the overworld. The daytime on the moon lasts from a full moon to the next new moon, and logically, the nighttime lasts from the new moon to the next full moon. Since the first overworld night is full moon, you can safely land within the first 4 overworld days, and then the next 4 overworld days are more dangerous since hostile mobs will spawn in the dark, and so on. If you miscount, the moon phases can tell you when it is daytime or nighttime on the moon. Full moon is the start of the moon day. New or dark moon is the start of the moon night. During the nighttime, the environment light levels get very low, allowing hostile mobs to spawn on the surface. Makes sense? Okay, that's a lot of hypotheticals. Let's deal with something that we can actually, like, operate on. And that would be the launch pad. Every rocket needs a launch pad. No kidding. Build a 3x3 launch pad and place your rocket on top of it. Storms and other events that affect entities can knock your rocket off, but not lightning warp anymore, so make sure to not leave it alone. Before liftoff, make sure you clear the airspace above you. Be sure to check out https://wiki.gtnewhorizons.com/wiki/rockets for a departure checklist. Also note that they emit pollution, lots of it, so either put it far from your base or use a scrubber while launching. You probably won't have to worry until tier 4 or so, though, okay? So, as far as the rocket launch pad itself, it's 9 compressed iron, which is easy. Yep, easy. 9 compressed iron, 9 advanced alloy, which is the mixed metal ingot, which is just iron, bronze, and zinc. Is it always zinc? No, it's iron, bronze, and tin, or zinc, or brass, or aluminum, or... Okay, there's a lot of... There's a lot of options here. You can use Invar if you wanted to for some reason. The middle appears to always be brass or bronze, which is... Oh, no, no, no! You can use chrome and stainless steel if you were crazy. Oh, no, I see. If you use more advanced material, you get more per craft. I see. The start of it is when you use Invar instead of iron. Frankly, it almost feels worth it. Well, ignoring that, let's get the material. I need 9 bronze. I don't know who you're suing, but good luck with the lawsuit. We need 9 iron and 9 tin. I'll just go with the standard recipe. Take all this, plate it. You. Okay. 90U, 90U, 90U. Get those ready to go. Meanwhile, we need 9 blocks of iron. I know we have some blocks of iron, but we need 7 more. I take no legal responsibility in this debacle. Yeah, that looks like 7 to me. How do we make a block of iron? I haven't really had to do so in a while. Block of iron. There we are. Let's see, we can fluid solidify it into a block. That will probably be the fastest solution. You can do it in an extruder real fast. That or a compressor over 15 seconds. Given what we have to work with, I think the fluid solidifier will be the fastest and most available, given we already have a block mold. Yes, indeed. We are doing preparations for the rocket launch. Here's the rocket. I'm making the launch pad right now. And then compressed iron. That would be 27 or so. That's stainless steel, not iron. These need to be plated. And so they shall. And advanced alloy shall be constructed by taking these 3 in. We could assembler them, but there is absolutely no functional benefit to assembling them. Let's just craft them. Go. Iron, bronze, tin. Mixed metal ingot. Then what? We bending machine them or compressor them. I will bending machine them faster. There we are. Now, I messed up with these plates. I should have set this to circuit setting 3 immediately, but it is absolutely no detriment to simply run them through the process again. take them from there. We'll put them in the implosion compressor. We will have our compressed iron plate, and we will be able to make our launch pad at no additional cost. Then the only things I think we absolutely need to get things running is the gas fuel loader, and then probably the oxygen components. Because we need to, like, fill the oxygen tank and all that. I know we have one filled oxygen tank, but that's really... That's only half of our full oxygen capacity. How's this doing? 57. How's the ignition key? 69%. Very good, very good. Triple iron. I don't like how the water's sort of seeping over the edge here. That makes me nervous. Either way, we got the plate. How's the blocks doing? The blocks are good. Solid 7. Chamber is now empty. Put the block mold away. Okay, for the landing pad itself. Just fill it out. You can't even automate it. Just do it in a crap. Well, you can automate it. It's just, it's not a specialized machine for automating it. Set up in a 3x3 square. Fuel loaders, cargo loaders, and launch controls can be attached. 3, 6, 9. Oh my goodness. For space program guidance, click for Galactic Craft Wiki. I have horrendous news. The Galacticraft Wiki is currently offline. We are on our own. That, or it, like, got hosted somewhere else. Because looking around, there is a Galacticraft Wiki that isn't the one that was linked here. Actually, the Cloudflare part of it is actually functioning. It's giving me, like, the breakdown of what's breaking. Cloudflare is working. It's the host that's not working. I am aware of the Cloudflare issues that were happening earlier today. I think they're mostly resolved. Or at least some of the problems I saw have not been problems anymore. It could be a side effect of the Cloudflare situation, but they do seem fixed. And now there's just, like, I don't know, incidental, isolated problems that came from it breaking that need to be. I have a question. So I'm looking in this direction, and I'm seeing, like, an empty pocket of space. Not necessarily, like, strictly vacuum, but, like, air. And this is strange to me, because in this position, I would expect to, instead of seeing air, see my high voltage assembly machine. But I don't. Yeah, When I attempt to right-click, I expect the UI for the assembly machine to appear, and it don't. Oh, right. We removed it to do the thing in the clean room before. Okay, I was about to really freak out there that my assembly machine had spontaneously exploded, but no, it is simply a matter of my own memory failing. Okay, that was close. All right, okay, back to being sane and rational about things that are occurring to me. So, oxygen tanks. Up to 2 oxygen tanks can be one at a time to where any type of oxygen tank from your inventory, click on the Galactic Craft at the menu. In one of those, okay. Other types of oxygen tanks include the medium oxygen tank, which holds twice the amount. Yep. The oxygen collector is a block that gathers oxygen from leaves and farm plants to use in an oxygen bubble distributor. Oxygen sealer, oxygen compressor, and other oxygen-reliant machines. If you plan to build a moon base, which needs a continuous oxygen supply, you will need to build one. Oxygen concentrator is just a bunch of compressed stuff in various shapes and forms. We got an electric motor. Aluminum cable. That's a rare choice. You know, I do want to check the one of these things gave me a link. Not this one. Which one was it? Not you. Not you. Not you. I read the link out loud, and I want to go to it now, but I can't find it anymore. Which quest was it? Oh, it was this one. I will click on it. Ah, rockets. I don't have a convenient way to like visually share this with you, but oh, sorry. I think you should add the elements to the periodic table in the periodic table mod. I don't know. It seems like you have a very explicit, simple objective here. It's add elements. Seems like you're kind of constrained by regular physics here. Okay, so I'm reading that link that we just clicked on, that I clicked on. The rocket is a vehicle added by the Galactic Craft mod that enables travel to different planets. These planets also contains ore veins, underground fluid veins, which are inaccessible in other dimensions and required for tier progression. Rocket requires rocket fuel and a launch pad to launch. A launch pad is formed by placing 3x3 square on the ground of Galacticraft launch pads. Right-click to place a rocket on the launch pad. A Galacticraft fuel loader can be placed next to the launch pad. It requires 91 EUs per second to run. Once a rocket is placed on the launch pad, the fuel loader will pipe fuel from its tank into the rocket. A fuel loader can be filled with Galacticraft liquid canisters or piped in through a tank. Cells will be consumed by the fuel loader. All tiers of rocket hold enough fuel capacity for at least one round trip. So, now that I've read it aloud, I'm going to actually interpret the information in it. The Galacticraft fuel loader is what we use to get fuel. It needs about 3/4, basically 1 medium voltage volt. Slightly less, but basically. Once the rocket is placed on the launch pad, the fuel loader will pipe fuel from its tank into the rocket. It can be filled with liquid canisters or piped in through a tank. That's a little bit strange wording, but you can fill it with Galacticraft liquid canisters or piped in through a tank. like like any tank, like just a general purpose fluid transport system, like a regular Greg tank. Cells will be consumed by the fuel loader. All tiers of rocket hold enough fuel capacity for at least one round trip. Okay. Cells will be consumed by the fuel loader. So I think I'd rather do the piped in with tank option then. Rocket controls. Interact with the rocket to enter it. Interact again or sneak to leave it. While on the rocket, press space to ignite the rocket and begin launch. Begins a 20-second countdown, which cannot be canceled. By default, key to view the inventory fuel of the rocket is unbound. It can be found as the open spaceship inventory key in the Minecraft controls menu, whilst to steer the rocket while it's flying. Ah, the moon travel checklist. That's what they were talking about. Okay, it's talking about space gear, power, oxygen base, mob proofing. Okay, just the general stuff you need to do good work. Good to know. I sleep. So absolutely necessary is the fuel loader. So let's work on the fuel loader. Fuel loader is craft using just high voltage pump, high voltage motor, steel wafer, steel fluid cell, steel pipe, compressed aluminum. All normal. What's our... Okay, so we got plenty of motors. So one motor, and then one of them will have to be turned into a pump. Let's remember what the pump recipe is. It is steel as our material of choice. Gold cable and stainless steel fluid pipe. Actually, stainless steel fluid pipe's a little inconvenient. I'm pretty sure I melted down all my stainless steel fluid pipes so that I could turn them into more ingots. It should only take 3 to rebuild one, though. And to confirm, regular size. Nice and efficient. Okay, next up is a need for gold cable, which we have one of. That is enough. And some steel rotors and stuff. Actually, check the scrap box. Do we got any spare steel screws? Yes, we do. That'll make this easier. Okay, rotor in. Rotor in. So given that we have spare screws, I am going to completely ignore making any more and just convert the rest to rods and bolts. Because turning something into a screw is a lossy process. Something we learned the hard way. We take this rotor. Next up is rubber rings. That's an iron ring. Do we have rubber rings in here? We have rubber sheets in here, which if I had a knife, I could slice in the rubber rings. I do have a knife. It's in the kitchen area. There we are. So, check, 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 check. We have everything. Motor, cable, ring, rotor, screw, pipe. There's our pump. Okay, next up is compressed steel and compressed aluminum. Not difficult. We might even have some around. We got compressed aluminum around. Let's get that steel. We're running out of steel. I'm going to quickly... Well, I'm going to steal all the steel. And then I'm going to start a project to resupply us some steel. We'll convert a stack of iron into a stack of steel. Just passively, as if it's not a big deal. 2 compressed steel, that's going to be 6. Triple plate it here, circuit settings already 3. Go to the implosion compressor and just flatten it. Actually, in terms of future automation, there's not much need for triple plate to be, like, existing on its own. What's this? Dense steel. For spades and neutrons and the super chest 2. Okay. I was about to say that we could maybe get away with having the vending machine automatically pipe triple plates to the implosion compressor. Because I didn't know if there was any other use for triple plates that we would realistically want. And that might still be true. Though I am not going to do that. Okay, so progress check on this. Check, 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 assumed check, check. Steel fluid pipe. Sad to give up one of my large steel fluid cells. I can make more, I just haven't been. So the wafer and a steel fluid pipe. We have wafer? We do. Steel fluid pipe would be in here if we have one. We do indeed have one. The fuel loader. We are getting another link to the wiki that doesn't work. Let me check. Yep, it continues to not work. I'm going to say it's just pure luck that big internet outage happened recently, and that this is broken simply because it changed, like, host providers. And so they should really update the link in this mod pack. Okay, so let's just, we're going to be stylistic with it here. Put those 3 here, the flue loader here, the rockets on top, and that's going to go into space, is the plan. Glad that's ready. If we did not make any attempt for this to be survivable or productive in any way, shape, or form, we could launch basically now. Retrieval task, get Moon Dungeon Brick, get Dungeon Key, get NASA Workbench Schematic. Hey, we just finished making the fuel loader, and I'm philosophizing over the fact that we could technically launch to the moon right now if we cared 0% about our survival or productivity. Like, it's ready to go. In a sense, it is ready to go. But I do want to give the extra effort into making the trip survivable. I care a little. Okay, so here's the thing. This is season 3 of Greg Tech. A season at which I had to start over from scratch. And this is the farthest I've ever gotten in Greg. And so I feel this desire to have this world be able to be forward productive in the event that in season 4 I don't restart again. If there's a season 4. So I would like to at least have this world be usable and not have squandered an entire rocket. That's fair. That's fair. I will do that. So the quests are not really going to help us. I mean, oxygen compressor, oxygen collector, these are desired things. The LOX canister is an alternative solution to refilling your oxygen tanks. To make liquid oxygen, you need to put an oxygen cell into a vacuum freezer to get a cell of liquid oxygen. Transfer this liquid oxygen into a tank and then into a LOX canister. To refill your oxygen tanks, just put the tank and the LOX canister in the oxygen compressor. That seems like an alternate. The oxygen compressor is used to fill empty or depleted oxygen tanks. Connect an oxygen pipe to the blue ring input side and a power source to the gray square input side. Place an oxygen tank in the bottom right slot, and it will take oxygen from input and place it into the tank. That makes sense. So we got the fuel loader done. Oxygen compressor. Interesting, interesting. So more compressed steel, an empty canister, an oxygen concentrator, which is just more compressed junk. And this apparently. Oh, this is actually fairly complicated. I would love to steal this from the Oxygen Gear quest. Which we can't because we've already looted the Oxygen Gear quest. Oh well. Yeah, yeah. Energy on the moon's going to be a trouble. The solar panels we have access to are incredibly expensive and unfortunately not very powerful. Like, the only thing I can use them for right now is farms, because the farm takes, like, literally nothing. Stirling generators. Stirling generators. Stirling. Stirling engine. There is no recipe for Stirling engine. Ah, Ender IO Stirling generator. Okay. Yes. What does it do? Burn solid fuel to generate power, can be upgraded to increase output and efficiency with capacitors. Okay, how much power does it power? By simply burning coal as fuel, this machine produces RF power, enough for a basic machine setup. This machine will also accept compressed and multiple compressed blocks. Want to burn something for 250 plus days? Also, with double or octatic capacitors, the output will increase and efficiency will improve. GT wiring can convert EU to RF, but not the other way around. Note that with the ENet changes, a GregTech wire network will need at least one GregTech energy consumer. A machine hall of the matching voltage will work. Ender IO machines and GregTech cables and wires can be left safely out in the rain. Hydrogen and transfer pipes. There are transfer pipe. Transfer pipe reel. Doesn't seem that complicated to make, actually. Red alloy and steel. Why do you ask? Also, what do you mean by hydrogen? Just like hydrogen gas? Because, yeah, there's hydrogen. I actually have a lot of hydrogen. I've been using it in my process of making sulfuric acid, but yeah, we got like a full super tank worth. As soon as I remember exactly which one of these it is. Yeah, okay, forget the rat's nest. I'm walking up here. Yeah, we're full. We got plenty of hydrogen. Hydrogen. The hydroge. Yeah, we have a whole like electrolyzation of water setup, so we're good on hydrogen. What's your scheme then for hydrogen? Like, why are you bringing it up? Okay. It's possible. Let's check the Ender IO because it's the whole thing. I haven't really touched it. Ah, there's the combustion generator. This generator requires both water as coolant and a burnable liquid as fuel. The amount of power produces depends on the type of liquid used. Fuel, burn time, power output, power output. So you can use oil, hooch, ethanol, firewater, or diesel/fuel. Rocket fuel is disabled. That's not a good sign. We don't really make any of these at all. Maybe we can use like an advanced RF power source if there is one. Soul Eater. Wait, what? Okay. Sorry, I've been completely distracted by a brand new thing. To make hydrogen, well, I mean, you can get hydrogen from various sources. I'm electrolyzing water. I'm taking some water from these, and I'm putting them into an electrolyzer. An array of electrolyzers here, which then turns them into hydrogen and oxygen. So, I'm a little worried. It needs 45 EUs per second. I'm going back to the space race quest. I need to understand the interplay between these two different sources of power. You can also power it with batteries if you're worried about it. Okay. EUs per second. EUs per... Wait. EUs per second? Oh, that's a whole different ballgame. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. EUs per second. EUs per second. It's EUs per second. Not per tick. If we talk about a combustion generator, for instance, here. This runs in EUs per tick. This makes power supply incredibly easy. We don't need medium voltage anything. We just use a basic combustion generator, convert it. That's easy. That's easy. This is no longer a problem. Now, that said, the Stirling generator had opinions. I want to read the quest again. What's the quest about it? Yeah. With ENET char Ender IO machines and GT cable wire can be left safely out in the rain. It might be useful for genetic. Okay. By simple RF power, enough for base. Okay. Machine will accept compressed, multiple compressed, static. GregTech wiring can convert EU to RF, but not the other way around. Okay. Having assessed the situation, I have decided that our energy requirements are going to be absolutely fine. It's gonna be easy. We're fine. We're actually like perfectly good. We can ignore this. The power is not a problem. Well, okay, it depends on exactly how I choose to do this. In the case of it being a gas generator, which we have plenty of and can make plenty more of, I'm just going to take like a few heavy tank cells of benzene, and that'll be us good for a real long time. Because I have access to the GregTech, if I'm reading this correctly, I have access to the GregTech styles of energy production. And those are way over-engineered for the Ender IO stuff I'm seeing, at least for oxygen collection and compression. Like, it'll be fine. In the case that we do go with a solid energy source, I am going to use our, like, multiple 64 stacks of charcoal. So, we're fine. Energy production is fine. We're good. Look, I have like 12 coke ovens. It made a lot of charcoal. Okay. So, that means all we have to do is make these. We'll start with the compressor, because that's necessary. Empty canister we have. Oxygen concentrate. Tin is... Oh, well, that's interesting. Let's go. 1, 2... Okay, so 4 compressed tin, 4 compressed steel, 8 compressed tin, 5... So 8 and 5. Eight and 5, and then this oxygen fan. I forgot to transport the iron. Set this to 11, please, for arbitrary speed increase. We actually don't have enough steel as is to do this. Let's work on the tin first. For 8, 24 is the correct amount. Go. Aluminum and steel are here. We need a bronze. We have a bronze. We're going to need a piston. And that's going to need more gold cable. I have a memory. Let me see if it's real. It's real. Thank you, past self. Okay. Piston. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stainless steel. I don't know. It depends on how much prep work I want to do. The prep work so far seems to be pretty simple and straightforward, so we might launch to the moon today. But I was wondering if I could have going to the moon and doing all the moon things to be like a special episode 50 type celebration. Okay, so 1 rod. Two rod. A gear. And then the rest are plates. So we'll see how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Turns out we already had one. Interesting. Beep. 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 Bip bop. Bop. Blarp. One of our empty canisters that we have. So check, check, check. We need a bronze and 2 steel. We have a bronze. Two steel, 2 aluminum, 6 steel, 7 steel. So 21 steel. Are you done already? Wow, you're done. Oh. We had a lot more steel in reserve than I remembered. I just never moved them over to the barrel. That's some good steel. You go. We also are going to need the aluminum, right? I'm kind of getting very loose and free about what materials I'm just sort of making. Just sort of making them. Why did I need this again? I mean, yeah, it's for compressed iron plate, but what exactly? Is this tin or is this iron? It's okay. Yeah, this is for the tin cans. I should probably use some of my space race quest rewards to simply give me free plate. But we have the resources right now. Oh, we're out of TNT. We're not, but we are. There we go. I think the responsible thing to do in this hypothetical future where we are making a lot of tin cans is to make this cell extruder shape. Just wire cutter file on a blank cast. It'll save us some tin. I know tin isn't really the thing we should be saving right now, but it'll save us some. Good work, past self. Yes, saved me some. So file there, wire cutter there. We're looking for the cell shape. There we go. May as well stock up more on some ender pearls. They probably have some esoteric use that we're going to need soon. Heck, they kind of already do. Okay, so it should be a simple matter of... Yep. Tin can. Ister. Ooh, I did not recognize that. We do need a pump again. I should check then if we need one for the other one as well. Yes. Okay, so we are going to need at least 2 high voltage electric pumps. Our supply of material is running dangerously low. Okay, assembly machine, start prepping for this. No great issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Knife them. Kind of like hyper unnecessary too. What the heck? I have just reached a sub goal, but it's not told me who subscribed. Also, it's weird. I don't remember having a sub goal. Okay, fine. I'll go check. I don't... Twitch does things. Sometimes Twitch just does things, and I don't know what it is. Okay. Right, okay. I guess I don't remember the sub goal. It was set to 10. I don't know why it went up to 20. Am I to assume, though, that you have engaged ad removal tactics? Otherwise, why would that have happened? Though it's weird I didn't get a notification that a sub happened at all. It didn't tell me that anyone gained a sub or subscribed or anything or became a subscriber. It just said my sub goal is at 25% complete now. Out of nowhere. That is not what it usually does, for reference. You did do that slightly afterwards. I saw that come up. They're good sounds. I heard that some of the sounds have been updated in GregTech 2.8. I'm currently playing on 2.7 because I didn't want to update in the middle of a season. Season 4 will definitely start on the new version, though. And I will definitely make a backup to make sure that it doesn't break. We need steel rotors and stuff. There's like a skeleton underneath the base. Got like entire skeletons down there. Any more steel screws? No, but we have some steel bolts I could retrofit here. So that's only 2 steel rotors. We need 3. Yeah, I'm going to take these 2 bolts combined with an existing screw. Where's my lathe? It's been a while since I've used my lathe. GregTech is definitely one of those kitchen sink mod packs that have like a lot of mods combined together. But the heart of it is the GregTech built block system of machines. But it definitely adds as many features as possible from everything else into a grand collection, which is not necessarily intended to ever be conquered by anyone. But that's what makes it compelling. In. Oh, I'm only making 2? Oops. Made all this prep work as if I were making 3. I suppose I can make 3. Never know when you need an extra pump. guess it just really doesn't want me to eat my large sandwiches right now. Now I have individual slices of like tomato and cucumber. The basic idea is that we have two different tiers of food. We have low tier food. Well, okay, I'll start with the high tier food. We have high tier food like sandwiches, which give us a lot of proper food and hunger. But there's a diminishing return system wherein if you eat too much of the same food, it will stop replenishing you. So we have these low tier foods available so that whenever we need, we just eat a bunch of those to reset our diminishing return count. Now, most people who play GregTech would have already gotten a permanent solution to the problem of hunger. There's an item called the Hunger Axe, and you basically just hold it and it fills up your hunger. So you're fine. I used that in Season 1. I decided arbitrarily to have this sentimental attachment to making a sandwich factory, so I opted against it, even though I very easily could have gotten a Hunger Axe. The Healing Axe, I think it's called. Yep, there it is. You hold it in your hand, and it makes your food good. Sucrose. Sucrose. No. But there are a lot of foods. Okay, the oxygen fan. Oh, we need a lot more steel rotors and screws. Okay. Double production. Just put a lot of steel in there, turn them into rotor blades. The screws, long stainless steel rod. Fluid solidifier, mold long rod, or forge hammer. Forge hammer will probably be our method. We're at a point where I can sort of be pretty loose with how much material we make for certain things. And I think it would be good of me to do that, because then I won't get stuck in the weeds of crafting things so often. 2x aluminum cable. Let's solve that. I'm not sure I've ever made an aluminum cable before. There's no other known application for it, I think. Yeah, true. I learned my lesson there. I think I'm starting to learn my lesson here. That really, I just need to embrace bulk everything. Bulk mining, bulk crafting. Just craft like 100 circuits at once. Etc., etc. Okay, check. We're working on that. The oxygen vent is what we needed. The tin, the steel is also available in iron bars. I remember ransacking the basement for iron bars. Did I put them away in here? No, did I put them away in here? Yes. So 4 bars, 4 plate, 1 steel. And I'm going to need at least 2. I'm going to need at least 3. So I don't have enough iron bars. Or tin. How do I make iron bars? I've only ever ransacked them. Oh, they're extremely cheap. Okay. And these can go over to the forge hammer, become long rod. No. No, you cannot. The vanilla recipes have been altered. Well, okay, you can use the vanilla recipe. 6 iron rod. No, you can't because iron rods aren't a vanilla thing. The vanilla recipe has been removed. Do you want to know the... Do you want to know the dang recipe for a crafting table? It's not 4 planks anymore. It is 2 logs and 2 flint. The flints are on top of the logs. A chest is a monstrosity of 4 logs, 4 planks, and a flint in the middle. A furnace is a cobblestone flint sandwich. It's hilarious. But, like, we're at a point now where it doesn't matter. It compensates because the recipes that you have access to now are so much more materially efficient. Like, look, I put in 3 rods here, put the circuit setting on... Oops. I have accidentally made a fence. The circuit setting is 3. Congratulations, we are now the owner of 3 iron fence. I will put them here to commemorate. And they shall be shaped like this to commemorate the massive L that this is. But, like, the math runs out that you're getting better material efficiency now than you would get in vanilla Minecraft. I'm making 4 iron bars with, like, an ingot and a half. Can't do that in Minecraft. Actually, you might. I don't remember the Minecraft recipe. Get all this out of the way for a second. So we need at least 3, so split these over here. 1, 2, 3. And then we're halfway on tin, which we can compensate for by compressing all this tin. Where's my hang glider? Season 1 was all about the piston boot. Season 2 is all about the hang glider. Sorry, Season 3. You know what? I am curious about this. I'm gonna look it up. Iron bars. Sorry, I need to clarify. Iron bars Minecraft. Okay. Okay. Iron bars in regular Minecraft is 6 iron ingots to make 16. Which means that if I'm using an ingot and a half to make 4, then I'm using 3 ingots to make 8, and 6 ingots to make... Okay, so it is exactly the same material as Minecraft. Good to know. Here is our oxygen vent. Very good. So oxygen vent's ready. We are going to need at least 3 oxygen fans. That's going to be 6 steel rotors. 6 long stainless steel rods, we have enough. And 12 steel screws. How many rotors? We got 5. A little extra fuel in there. Let's get a few more ingots. Not really much I can recycle cleanly. This will be enough. There it goes. Now, thinking about it logically, because screws are extremely lossy. Okay, they're not extremely lossy, but they are lossy. I should instead just always make bolts as the recycle material, and then lathe them into screws only as needed. I think that's the safe, materially efficient way to go about this. Let's begin the process, though. One of you. That'll be done soon. 6 of you. And, like, if we don't need the bolts, we can always melt them back into whatever we need. So, long steel rotor. 3. Oh, no, we only need 3. Then it's wrench and screwdriver. Screwdriver is not here. There it is. Great. Now we want at least 2 of these. Oxygen concentrator. So oxygen concentrator is... I'm interpreting this correctly, yes. 2 of you, 2 of you. We have just enough tin remaining to be turned into more can. Dang it! Okay, where's my crowbar? Gotta love covers. Okay, quick recheck on everything here. We need more steel plate. I'm going to take them from a quest reward. Not that one. Something minor. Something simple. Something easy. I don't need cetane boosted diesel. Here we go. 2 of these. That's not a quest, is it? No. All right. So back to the focus of the things here. We want the oxygen concentrator and the oxygen compressor. Compressor is ready. Concentrator, give me the recipe version of this. Yeah, compressor and collector. Already prepared the piston, yeah. Random bronze plate. Okay, let's start with the compressor because it is the thing that is mandatory. Motor, piston, empty cell, concentrator, bronze plate, aluminum plate. We need more steel plate. Fine, I'll make some. But what if I already did? What if I don't remember? You. The compressor is ours. We are now the proud owner of the ability to actually... Oh man, we've unlocked the Moon Dungeon quest. Nice. Okay. Alright. Put this away. We can now put oxygen into our tanks. Something we should most certainly do. But first, there's also the collector, and the collector will be... Oh man, you're technically right. Okay, collector. Motor, we have. Fan, we have. Concentrator, we have. Vent, we have. We need the aluminum cable and 2 more steel plates. Let's go to the steel plate store. I'll make an extra for later. Future self will appreciate this, probably. Well, oh, the output. Here's the input. Ooh! Enderman! Hello, how are you? You enjoying stealing a grass block from somewhere? I can't wait to figure out where you've taken it from. What's your problem with aluminum cable? That's a very specific problem to have for something I've only just made now. Okay, I believe you. I have been a little apprehensive about the whole galactic science thing, because from your experience, you have a lot of experience, and it seems like it's just in this mod already, just as one of the things in it with harder recipes. So part of me wonders if playing that mod would just be redundant, and I can just do it in Greg and have the exact same experience, except it's also Greg at the same time. I forget what I was doing. Right, the motors. Just the one motor, actually. Collect. Collect. Nice. So, it's an alternate refilling solution. You can basically just make oxygen in like a refillable form instead of using the collector. I acknowledge that. I respect that. We probably want oxygen pipe. The recipe for oxygen pipe is reinforced glass extruded through a small pipe. We can do that pretty easily. In fact, I should have some reinforced glass around to do it with. Oh, yeah, we have an oxygen pipe. Let's make some more. Just to have. In you go. Small pipe, please. Yeah, I do typically like to take the loot bag when I can. Or in the case of technology tier levels, I like to take the circuit for whatever level we're at. But Space Race is kind of independent of the tier system, even though a lot of its stuff needs tier 3. So you don't get HV circuits as rewards. So I do plan on keeping the loot bag. If I didn't care about the loot bags, I would have taken rewards from all of these already. In fact, I got an oxygen tank way before I actually ever started Space Race stuff, thanks to a loot bag. Okay, so I reckon, I figure, I suppose, I suspect, I believe, we should try out these machines just to make sure that everything's nice and good and working. And if they don't work, I will spontaneously crash the game and load it back up. So, the way this is purported to work... Actually, I need to check something. Is benzene a valid fuel in a combustion generator? No, just a gas turbine. But the basic combustion generator takes liquid. As does the semi-fluid. I guess I could use creosote. We have a lot of it. Oh, what the heck. They stole my cell. They stole my cell. My cell has been robbed from me. Hold on, I have to retrieve it. There it is. The coke ovens really just do not want you to have convenient input-output when you're doing automated stuff. Okay, so, as I understand from the enclosed instruction book, we are going to need to have power, check. Have a power source, check. And we need to be next to tree leaves. So I'm just going to go over there, I guess. Put it down, see if it works. I'm also going to bring the oxygen tanks as they exist. My oxygen gear, which is missing. Where did I put it? Probably in here. Yeah, in here. So here's our empty tank, which we shall use to test and prove and make sure it works. We have the collector. I put the compressor over here. We got oxygen tanks. We need some cable. We have cable. I'm aware there's better tanks, but this is the one we have, so it's the one we're forced to use. Where's my oxygen gear thing? Oh, here it is. Oxygen gear, oxygen mask. I just wear it? Or maybe it's in, like, the bauble system. Oh, right, no, of course. Galacticraft. Put that here. Put that here. Put this here. I guess that and that works. Then I guess we put the sound thing here and the parachute in the other spot. Look at us all ready to go. Now, I'm not in space, but I can probably test being in space the same way that real astronauts test being in space. By going underwater. Why is it not working? Is this seriously not a valid test? This is absurd. Well, at the very least, we can test filling this tank. You would think that a mod going to space would just treat all suffocation mechanisms the same for the purposes of breathing. Okay. Collector. The way I recall, they said that the... What did they say? I'm gonna have to check the quests again, aren't I? Okay. Oxygen pipe to the blue ring and a power source to the gray square. Okay, so I see. The color of the circle on the outside denotes the material type, and the dot in the middle denotes whether it's an input or output. So if I understand this additionally, and I think I do, we want to do something like this. According to the quest, it said that GregTech wires only work if there is at least one consumer, like one GregTech style consumer in the network. And in my mind, the easiest way to spoof it would be to make a low voltage battery buffer. Not a low voltage, no, not even. Just a low voltage hull. Because it said it would work in the quest, and I trust it arbitrarily. So I'm going to do that. I really miss having my heavy cells. Like, look what I'm forced to do without it. So this should be as simple as just putting it in the cabling somewhere. Put it here. Oh, right. I did this without even fueling the machine. I forgot to put the fuel in the machine. I should probably have tried that first. Okay, power is being constructed. This is not taking power. We try this. Maybe we can cheese this. A little bit. I'm going to take the ignition key out of the thing and try and put it into the battery buffer of one of them. I want to know if they at least get power. And I think this might trick the GregTech cable system into thinking it's connected more better. This side refuses to connect. So I am going to stick with this because it's the only way they choose to connect. We'll see what happens when the battery is... well, when the energy is filled. It drains slowly. In terms of voltage, it should be enough. This hasn't touched its fuel, so it's not... okay, it's functioning. It's got fuel in it, so it's ready to go. But... I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea, and this is based off of my previous experience with the solar panels, which are also not native to GregTech. The way I got around it was using a battery buffer in between the GregTech cable system and the machine in question. So if I put a battery buffer right up against the oxygen collector, I believe it will be able to successfully convert. This will be a sort of simple translation layer, hopefully. Oh, wait, it's still draining. Then I put the battery in here. It does use EU. So what's the problem? Well, in this case, the cable is just... well, it's going into the battery buffer. It's working from here to here, but not here to here. Unless I'm facing this right. No, it is facing in. Maybe... oh, wait, hold on. It might be spending all the power to charge the battery. Okay. Oh, is it aluminum cable? EV. Well, it's actually a pretty good cable. I'm going to see what happens when the battery is full. If anything. But yeah, I will try aluminum cable. Not something I've had to use before, but it is something that's available. Make sure we have enough. I'm going to go with 1x thickness cable. Okay, I'll make... No, I'll do all 1x. I think there's no reason that 2x cable would be needed. Let's try it. And with the battery buffer, we can make the conversion a bit different. Yeah, see, once we're in the actual sandwich part of the food situation, it goes pretty good. Now, I'm not at extreme voltage, so... I don't really know what happens when you try and put lower voltage through a high voltage cable. Hopefully it doesn't involve explosions. Okay, battery's full, this is still going. Okay. Slap that out. I'm still going to use the battery buffer as a conversion step, just for this test. It connects. Oh, no, this is the machine hull, not the battery buffer. Oops. They look similar. Nothing. Okay, let's optimize this a little bit. Let's go straight from here. Aluminum cable there, there, there. Wrench power in through this sector here. Oh no, these are the oxygen. Oh, no. That one's good. That one faces that way. Yeah. Nothing. Put a battery in. Battery's depleting as this goes, but then what happens when it's full? Let's read this. An oxygen bubble distributor needs to build. Okay. To pump fuel into your rocket, you need a fuel loader. Place it next to any side of the launch pad. The green side is for energy, while the yellow is for fuel. Pipe it in if you don't want to lose your cells. You can also power it with batteries, if you're worried about it draining your power or don't want to set up the infrastructure. Rockets keep their fuel in them on landing now, so you don't need to take this with you anymore unless you want to go to multiple places in one trip. Or you didn't fill it all the way or something. Okay. Okay, new question. Maybe the machine hole needs to be past it in the network, so it, like, it quote-unquote goes through the cable. The answer is no. Yeah, I'm starting to think we do need to convert here. Let's go back to the system here, see what it has to say. Ender IO, Dark Steel. By simply burning coal, this machine produces RF power, enough for a basic setup. This machine will... It's not Ender IO, though. I don't think. These take EUs. Okay, so consider the Sterling. Correct tech wiring can convert EU to RF, but not the other way around. Note that with the ENet changes, a GT wire network will need at least one GT energy consumer. A machine hole of the matching voltage will work. Ender IO machines and Greg Tech cables and wires can be left safely out in the rain. Or use a capacitor bank. There's that capacitor bank they were talking about. Capacitors, chassis, medium battery in the middle. Apparently very specifically wants it to be a cadmium battery for some reason. So if we use RF, it will become RF. I want to see what we have in here. Before we do this, I have another test I want to try. Because we have invented solar tech before. And I want to see if it may... I have an idea. Okay, I have two ideas. I will try both. First, Ransack the solar panel. Second, ransack the cable. Because I just remembered something. Oops. I picked up some salt. Okay, here's the thing. One of the things that I did as part of that thing, because the solar panel produces so little voltage, it actually can't, like, go through any cable other than a superconductor. First off, I want to know if the solution to our problems can be done by using a redstone alloy cable, because a redstone alloy cable is a superconductor. This is the hull again, not the battery buffer. Oops. So if we battery buffer here, put a battery in. It doesn't work like that. But does it work like this? No. Okay. Proceed to solar panel tech. Okay. The solar panel works. That gives me an idea. What's the appropriate tool for hitting? Okay, it's a wrench. I need more oxygen pipe. Okay, we have a plan. We have a plan. We have a scheme. We have a notion. We have ideas. Should be able to do this with only... Heck, I can do this with 0. No, I can't. Small pipe. Bonk, bonk. Get that out, get that in. Okay. I see the vision. I see the infrastructure I want to make. I don't need accumulators, got batteries. Okay, here's the plan. Yes. 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 You have power. You do not have power. Why don't you have power? Oh, wrong side. You have power! And then battery in there. And then we just need a big enough battery to survive the night. As for the collectors, we just snake the oxygen tube over here. Now we have oxygen. 900. Okay, it looks like the solar panel doesn't like to share. So instead of putting the battery in the middle, we would put the battery in its respective sides. So we would put one battery here, one battery there. And then it would distribute and everything would be good. which is better because you fit two. We need another battery. It does not have to be... Actually, we need two batteries. We need to replace the one in there. Also, we should probably put the battery buffer back so that the implosion compressor can work. A lot of things. It's very exciting. Batteries are not complicated. We just need to make them. Medium battery hull is overkill. Well, that's the question. I don't know. Frankly, I'm not sure if one solar panel is enough to power these, because this makes 1 EU per tick. 20 ticks, that's 20 EU per second. The oxygen collector requested 45 EUs per second and 30 respectively. Granted, I don't think we need to run these things perpetually. Like, we could just have this solar panel power the collection, and then every once in a while we swap power over to the compressor and just, like, charge it. It's fine. The only thing we need now is tanks. So what tanks work? Yeah, that don't work. The red ones. The red ones? You mean like these red ones? Do I have any spare? I do. Oh, you mean, oh right, the red octane. Okay. I do want to know if this works though. Bonk. No interaction whatsoever. Well, we don't need that. Oh, of course it's night. Of course it's not working. Yeah, I'm trying to store oxygen. I'm trying to see if there's like a sane and reasonable way to, instead of storing energy, because that's like this thing is just going to keep collecting even if there's nothing to collect anymore. Like, the tanks are full. This is full. This is full. It should stop. But it don't. The power is holding stable, though. It's holding stable, but it's not going up. Battery is stuck. Welcome back to the place that we are at. We're currently at the place. Sure, tell me this fact. The good news is that these are, like, dead simple to set up. That's good. If I had a third solar panel, I would be more comfortable. I could split it here, one, here, one. But really, the solution is to just do this. Don't power this machine if I'm not using it. Okay, what's the oh, no, of course, the problem is that we're not on the input side. Oops. I think I just want to do it like this. And then we just physically move the solar panel or, like, pass over the battery. Where's this lower? Oh, it's under the tree. Funny, funny problem. Okay, that place, for the purposes of testing, just put it here. Okay, so... And in that case, we don't need this either. Put it here. There we go. You get oxygen, you collect oxygen. You have access to the sky. And then this battery doesn't charge. I don't know, I think these machines just sort of leak power when they're not being used. And I don't think the batteries inside the machines can actually be charged. Just discharged. Remove that. This gains power. Put the battery in there, this stops getting power because all the power is going into the battery. What happens when the battery is full? That's going to be a while, actually. Let's experiment with some other parts of the factory first, the whole system. What else do we need? What else do we need for the moon? You wanted us to set up an emergency tree supply. What's the range on the oxygen collector? All this says is leaves. from surrounding area. What's this? Where was that quest from? York Iron, Tier 2. Oh. The oxygen bubble distributor takes oxygen from the oxygen collector and makes an oxygen bubble, providing it air to be safe to breathe. Distributor. Motor, 2 fans. Like, this is easy to make. Requires 30 EU per tick. Something about a mana distributor. So this gives us like an AoE, so we don't have to keep like we can build a facility. I don't know if we want to build a facility on the first launch. And we can go back. What does this do? Ooh, it gives us some random assortment. A little bit of oxygen in a box. Whoa! Aluminum wire. Aluminum wire! It's real! We need to test this immediately. Okay, okay. First off, the results of this test. The battery is full. These are charging. That is very good news. But hold on. We have a new test now. Put the semi-fluid generator back. How do we connect this? Can we wire cutter it, or maybe use a regular cable? Hmm. Okay, so solar panel works. Goodness, we can do that. Ooh, even better news. We could do this kind of thing. Then we just do this kind of thing. Where'd my battery go? Where did my battery go? Huh. Not there. Okay, I randomly lost my battery. Also, I agree with you. I think we will need two. Unfortunately, making a solar panel is not an easy affair. They require some esoteric material. Particularly this one. Actually, looking at it now, it's not that bad. Molten soldering alloy, medium voltage assembler. Okay, let's do this. Look, it's fine. It's... solar panels are cheap. Okay, so we need reinforced glass, which is easy. We need carbon plate, which is easy. We need wafer, which is easy. We need red alloy wire, which is easy. Aluminum iron plate is just aluminum and iron in a medium voltage forming press, which is something we can do. Well, soldering alloy is fine. Low voltage circuit. We have exactly one low voltage circuit to our name. But we can make more. I'm going to construct two solar panels. One to supplant the one we're going to use in space, and another to replace the one at the salt factory. So let's see if I can arbitrarily remember the recipe for low voltage circuits. Oh. Resistor, red alloy wire. Next is the transistor. Capacitor. Wait, I am faltering here. It's not red alloy. Red alloy makes medium voltage. We want copper wire. And finally, the plastic board. Two of them. Hey, I successfully remembered a recipe. And these make two each. As for wafers, we have some spare. Good. Everything else will be easy. I have unfortunately used all of my reinforced glass, so we're going to need to make more. And for that, we're going to need carbon plate, of which we have some. What's the ratio on that? 1 to 3 makes 4. 1 here. That my inventory is a complete mess is not lost on me. Okay, then the other two carbon plates will be used for the actual craft of the solar panel. No, it's in the scrap box. There we go. There's our two. The sieve. I have not made the sieve yet. Which sieve are you referring to? The soul sieve? The sieve upgrade? The industrial sieve casing? The large sieve grate? What would the sieve have done? Maybe I can find a Greg Tech equivalent. Well, let's see what we can do with moon turf then. We can macerate moon turf into moonstone dust, which can then be centrifuged into silicon dioxide, manganese, olivine, rare earth, platinum metallic powder, and tungstate. Does that sound kind of about right? Okay. This is getting to an absurd point. I need to manage the inventory a little bit. What was that gas turbine originally connected to? Maybe the thermal centrifuge? What else do we need? Red alloy wire. Do I have any red alloy remaining? We have redstone out there. There's our red alloy. So cut this into 1x wire. I guess mill it into 1x wire. Check, 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 check. Not check. 4 iron, 2 aluminum, B forming press. Forming press is back here. Wait. These need to be plates first. What do you got against chess? I don't know if you noticed the introductory video on the InStream Archive YouTube channel, but it's me commentating a chess tournament that isn't even my own chess tournament. I'm a little conflicted about that video because the chess tournament video has outlived the actual organization that hosted it. The VCS no longer exists. Which is a little sad for me, because that was like my one major social career outlet. It's where I met Acela. And now it's gone. Very good. I do like chess. What do you mean, who is Acela? You found me through Acela. You know, you knew Acela before you knew me by like a few milliseconds. Oh, Acela is my... Okay, so the VCS, the VTuber Central Station, was sort of a like communal support group for VTubers to like network and learn the trade and everything. And Acela is sort of like an experienced veteran of like people organization and stuff. So the VCS had this system where you and a bunch of like other new recruits would go into like a group together and have like some instructor guidance manager person who would like assign lessons and tasks and just sort of make sure everyone's like developing and networking and making sure that they're learning what to do and going through the things. I was a part of one of those groups, and Acela was the assigned mentor for that group. So Acela is kind of like my mentor and teacher and instructor. But pretty soon after that started, and in Acela's work of like evaluating all of the people in the group I was in, we became friends. I saw that they were playing hit video game The Great Ace Attorney, and I was like, I gotta get in on this. So I asked if I could join Acela to like do funny voices for that stream series, and we've been like best friends ever since. Okay, back to the objective at hand here. Put these in, 4 of these, 4 of these, 2, not 5 of those, 4 of those, 2 of these, and I forgot the cables outside. So I've known Acela for just about a year and a half. That's when the whole group was assembled for the VCS. And it has been a great time. And losing the plot. The plot is get these, put them in the assembler, make solar panels, conquer the moon. Boom. This is polyethylene, not soldering alloy. Just pick that up real quick. Take a few cells of this. Put them in here. There we go. How do I deal with a half a cell of a material remaining? Ooh, this will work. Okay, pick that up. Pick this up. Put it in here. Then go back to here. Pick this up. Go to this. Put this back in. There we go. So, like, operationally, in terms of the actual ages involved, I don't mind. But in terms of the fact that I am manifesting, like, a character, I will not be answering that question. Purely for, like, canonical adherence reasons. For the lore. I have to commit for the lore. Though I will say, for like operational comparison, I think I am on the older side of people in int, but I am definitely younger than Acela, by quite a bit. That's fair. It's a 2-digit number, though, so that's respectable. Okay, enough wandering about with no thoughts. We need... To make the solar panel, we need an ultra-low voltage machine hull, which is lead cable, molten polyethylene, and a ULV casing, which is wrought iron. Wrought iron is annoying. we're gonna need 2, so 16 here. I made the hard part of the solar panel, which is the solar panel part of the solar panel. I just need to put it on, like, the dumbest low voltage frame possible. Because right now, all this solar panel can do is be put on a machine to give it power. It can't be a machine itself yet. And that's what the ULV thing is for. Question, can I just rot this immediately? Where's my arc furnace? We're out of oxygen. Does that work? Hold on, you're bringing up an interesting possibility. I didn't know if that would work. I'll try it. I feel like the covers only really work on Greg Tech machines, so I wouldn't suspect it would work on a Galacticraft machine like the oxygen collectors. In the interest of science, though, I'll try it. Yep, nope, I right-click, it just opens the thing. But that's okay, an ULV machine is not anything of any material worth. It's 8 iron and, like, 1 lead. Easy. I just need to get the oxygen to fuel the arc furnace to turn it into wrought iron. Provided I can go straight from iron ingots to wrought iron, which I hope is the case. It is. Okay. That makes this whole process easy then. You can't... There are stronger panels. I do not have the technology to make stronger panels. The way I understand it is that at any given Greg Tech certified tech level, you can make a solar panel of 2 tech levels below where you currently are. I am in tech level 3, so I can only make the first tech level of solar panel. This is for balance reasons. They want to make sure you invest in the actual fuel and resource system for power. I'm not making 3 of them. I don't have the circuits to make 3 of them. I'm making 2. And then I'll make batteries for each of them. And then everything will be fine and good. Okay, next step in the process, go over here. There's our ULV machine casings. For solar panel, we need ULV machine hull, which is casing, 2 lead cable, and molten polyethylene for glue. I do not make lead cable often, and I do not have a reserve of it. So, cable it is. That battery alloy that I also have is going to be important. It's what we're going to make batteries out of. I don't know why it's rainbow. I think it's just being a funny SpongeBob reference. While that's going, polyethylene is doing good. We coat the cable. The batteries. Okay. I think low voltage batteries will be fine. Like small low voltage batteries will be fine for this. So small battery hulls. It is 2 plate per each. And then, oh no, sorry, it's 1 per each if you're efficient. So we need 3 batteries, 2 for each solar panel, and then a third one to replace the ignition. So we need 3 battery alloy, which we have. Put it in the LV bending machine because we can do so. Coat these in rubber to make them into cables, and then use them for cable-related activities. Hey, Thega. I don't know. I think some of it is just audio equipment improvements, and the other is I have no idea. I do think I changed microphone hardware technology at some point. I don't remember when I did. I know at like the very, very early, like year one, I am in like if you've watched Quint Finds X, I'm pretty sure I was using a different microphone then. But I don't know when I switched. I don't remember. But this would be the second one I've ever used. I also know that my voice had like this weird period where I sounded like I was like quasi like hyper raspy and like there was something stuck in my throat. Which just sort of stopped at some point. Arbitrarily and kind of mysteriously. I want tin, soldering out lead. I'll go with 1 tin ingot. Tins aren't barrels. No. Okay, we're good. It does kind of sound like that. It wasn't intentional. If there was any like emotional force that put me towards having a higher pitch, it was probably anxiety. Like I was nervous when I started streaming, as I imagine anyone would be. So I probably applied a voice to myself of like trying to brush off any awkwardness. It's like, hey, you know, it's fine, kind of deal. I don't think it was that forced though. The entire function and purpose of a stream is to be chill with it. Like, I cannot stream if I'm not having a good time. Alright, we got 2. So this is power. Now we just need power storage. Streaming is a tough thing to get into. The one advantage that I think I've had has been just absolute availability. I am completely available to stream most days. I'm not busy. That is my greatest strength. So I've been able to put in like the years of effort required consistently. Whereas other people that have like jobs and obligations and stuff would have to split their focus. Like, despite the fact that I am not in a position where I can sustain doing this, like, it's not self-sustaining, I did not need to get it self-sustaining to have self-sustaining levels of availability for it. I've already forgotten what I was doing. The batteries. Yes. Yes. Take these. We have the cable. What material do we need for the assembler? 1 polyethylene each. Okay. Circuit setting is irrelevant. So put in 3 of those, and then 3 cells of polyethylene. I am not going to give a real answer. I am instead going to give a lore answer of being a computer virus. I am very low maintenance. The only thing I really need to have financially is an electricity bill. As far as actually how I'm sustaining myself, no comment. But just trust that I am. Barely. Not very luxuriously, but I am surviving. And I can stream. And through streaming, I shall acquire money, and therefore have power to, I don't know, stream better. I do too. I think it would be nice. The reason I want to be popular is because I have all of these ideas that basically round down to these, like, you get like 100 people to do some social experiment in like Minecraft or whatever. I want to do things like that. I want to do things that involve a lot of people contributing in some way. But I can't because I don't have people yet. Oh. Okay. 3 is not enough. You want to know my idea for a Minecraft server? I called it like Project Migdal or something. It's basically, I wanted to remove language from Minecraft. The ability to communicate directly through chat or through writing in a book, I wanted to destroy it. Remove it from the game, mod it out. And like enforce rules that people couldn't communicate over Discord or anything. Because I wanted people to invent languages in Minecraft. Like, for example, I wanted somebody to set up like a Morse code system, or somebody to use copper to like make lettering in languages. I wanted to basically do the Tower of Babel's aftermath in Minecraft. That's the idea. You're not going to be able to play Signs. Signs will be banned. No human language. No Earth language. You got to make your own. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of the experiments. People can just ignore it and just be on their own. But I feel like the desire to invent methods of communication, I love the concept of inventing methods of communications. It's like a really cool thing for me. You can place leaves. You just gotta figure out how to communicate what they are. Okay, battery in there. Battery in there. I just want to somehow make a Minecraft server that promotes making esoteric languages. Like making a redstone machine that sends Morse code, or making a encrypted language out of copper blocks of different rust levels. I'm using those examples because those are things I've done personally for the fun of it. Like, I have made a Minecraft machine that wirelessly sends redstone using skulk sensors. I have made a language that is basically written Morse code out of different rust levels of copper block. I want more. I want a Minecraft server of more. But I have other things that I want to do, like people submitting levels for esoteric video games, like hit video game Lionel Train Town. I don't know if I invented it, but I independently engineered it. But also, like, calibrated skulk sensors were made for it. It's really, really convenient. But basically, I made this module that has 4 different redstone inputs. And depending on which one you send in, it will convert it to a signal through basically transmission towers of skulk sensors that can then go to a decoding module, which will then output the correct one of those 4 redstone signals. Using 3 of them in conjunction, you can encode a letter. And I had this whole thing. There was a machine that had like shields of red, green, and blue on item frames that you could rotate to pick which which signal of the 4 you wanted. So one RGB triplet of item frame color shields rotated a certain way would translate to 1 letter. So you would rotate them to the desired letter, press the button, it would transmit it, then you would rotate to the next and keep going. Output, however, I never found an intuitive way to do, aside from just like binary using copper bulbs or something. Like a feed tape of copper bulbs that you binary into. But that's not, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look intuitive. People can't use it to just stare at it and be like, ah, yes, this is diagonal red, horizontal blue, vertical green. That's a G. You can't do that. There's no, the visual intuition doesn't translate to the output side, so I gave up on it. Maybe I should just charge the batteries myself just to get them started. And then just swap in the full ones, refuse to go in? Okay. What do you mean King of the Hill is 800? You just said a sentence. What does that mean? I mean, what do you mean? Is this the wrong side of the cable? I should put the battery over here. It'll charge faster. Oh, okay. Sorry. I completely forgot about King of the Hill, the channel redemption. I thought you were suddenly talking about like either Team Fortress 2 King of the Hill game mode or like the TV show. Like King of the Hill is 800 episodes long or something. Is it actually? How many episodes of hit TV show King of the Hill are there? According to Wikipedia, a total of 259 initial episodes were produced spanning 13 seasons. So King of the Hill is like 260. Good to know. Okay, well, ignoring the fact that I've apparently failed to charge this battery, but it will charge. We are ready in terms of the oxygen system. This'll work. Probably. I don't know if it will survive the night. What do you mean, not really? It could work. While I'm here, though, let's also reset up the salt. Okay, well, we can calculate that to an extent. So question 1, how long is a night on the moon? Okay, solar power is back. Like, we can calculate this. We can see how much battery storage we need. This is a numeric problem. And we can even do it with the worst case scenario. So we know that 75 EUs per second at the worst possible situation. A situation which I consider to be hyper unlikely. So, engage math. We know that these things are operating 75 EU per second at the absolute worst case scenario. Question is, how many seconds of survival is that? So that would be the 2 sodium batteries of 100,000 EU divided by 75 EU per second, which would be approximately 1,333 seconds. Or 22 minutes. Now, one day is equivalent to 5 days. I think it said something on the space race thing. It said the number. Where would it have said it? Oxygen collector. Maybe just moon arrival. Small present, moon dungeon. Oh, yes, thank you. The moon days night cycle is 2 hours 40 minutes. Okay, we don't have enough power. Equating to 8 overworld days. Now, we don't need to do the full 2 hours 40 minutes. The batteries can recharge. What we need Okay, actually, I have a few second questions here. How fast do the oxygen tanks deplete? How fast do the oxygen tanks deplete? 15 minutes each. Well, that's actually a long time. So, if I have 2, which I do, it would take a half hour for them to become empty. Which means that theoretically, over the course of one moon night of half that 2 hour 40 minutes, like an hour and 20 minutes, we would need to refill these two oxygen tanks 3 times each on average. So 6 refills, 6 tank refills. We've seen these machines slowly lose power at a rate of like slow per second. I'm going to say like 4 per second. So in the case of losing 4 per second, instead of 75 per second, we make it. We only need to go to full power when we're actually refilling the tanks. The power leak is not that strong. It basically multiplies our power by 8. The issue, the actual issue, is if the solar panels are strong enough to get the batteries back to full before night comes again. That's the real issue. You're probably right. Okay, so I will make that Stirling engine. This is not the Stirling engine. Is it like Stirling? Yes. Okay, what's this going to take? Not much, actually. LV circuit, iron, 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 electric motors. So that we have that, we have that, we have these. Rotors are easy, casings are easy, iron furnace is easy. All right, we'll make the Stirling generator, and then we'll bring like 1 barrel of charcoal. Or something. Random flint supplied. I think I legally consider flint a gem. I do. It's been a while since I made a furnace. Is there a better way? Oh, yes. Just 8 cobblestone. I don't even need the flint anymore. We can't use this furnace. This is a load-bearing furnace. I'm not allowed to move it. You may be confused as to why that is the case. It doesn't make sense. It simply is. Okay, from here, we need 5 iron plate. Did I accidentally drop something? No. Yeah. There's like sanity. Okay, exact. 2 rotors. How many rotors? Do we have any iron rotors, coincidentally? No, they're 10. Well, we need 2 casings anyway. Let's get your rotor out. Not enough. Rotor. And I suppose we can recycle. Rotors check. Casings check. Machine chassis is available. Put everything in that we have now here. Iron furnace will be made available. Motors and chassis, it's just a matter of picking it up. At least it is good that we're going to be using the machine chassis. I've been holding on to this for a while. Got it randomly in a loot bag. Never actually touched Ender IO. Motors here, and finally the iron furnace. Beep. Bonk. We will not get the quest achievement because we do not have the prerequisites. That's okay, though. Okay, so, Sterling. Put it here. It's real. Ooh, and it'll even tell us how much RF per tick we're making. Let's get some demonstration experimental coal. And just see what it does. Here you go. 20 per tick. That'll be fine. Capacitor. Oh, it's got storage! Fancy. Okay, so the extra 100,000, I know I've had this math on screen for a while, just doing nothing. But if it's producing 20, then aside from its internal storage of 100,000, it's reducing the energy consumption by 20 EU per second. Which means this goes from 100,000 to 55. Which gives us a little more time. 1,818 seconds. Or about a half hour. Combine that with the half hour of the batteries, and that's going to give us a full hour of charged storage. But also, we're not going to be running this at full power the whole time anyway. And even if we completely power stall, we will have charcoal and we'll be able to like cut off certain sections of the thing as we need it. So this is fine. I feel good about this. The math is complete. This will be our oxygen setup on the moon. more deliberateness, though, I think what we should do is add a chest and hopper. Well, barrel and hopper. To transfer the charcoal over in case we're not there. Because I want to just pick up a barrel, put it on top, have the hopper flow and everything. Unfortunately, that means we need some logs. I ran out of chests in my great storage of all things. Oh, wait. You got a lot of, like, alternate chest recipes. I need to remember which one is fast and good. Not a demon's chest. It's a regular chest, please. Yeah, circuit setting 8. Or log and plank together for 5 seconds. That's what we want. There we go. Then, for hopperage... Yep, nothing to it. 5 plate. I made 20 chests simply because we were out of chests and I wanted to restock. But really, we're here for the hopper. I put away all the chests instead of saving one. Fool that I am. There we are. So now, in principle, we go over here, put the hopper here, the charcoal barrel would go here, and we have our oxygen set up. Now all we need to prepare for the moon is prepare for the moon. Not strictly the details of doing things, but the details of being a thing. This does not make sense to you, and I understand. What I'm saying is that we need to prepare ourselves to do things on the moon more than just survive. Clear our inventory of junk, get a lot of storage solutions so that we can just mine the moon for all it's worth. Get that survival kit of dirt and tree and stuff. Is there, like, any opinions on, like, what a good tree to do would be? If we get a super pine that's, like, thick and low like this one, that might be an excellent option. Just for, like, a lot of air in that air. But I think any small tree of the standard type, like an oak tree, would be fine. Let's see what saplings we have. Get an opinion. Okay, we got some oak. We got a lot of spruce. Some birch. I think birch might be good and reliable because it won't grow into a big tree that might be out of range of the oxygen setup. Alternatively, we can grow the tree and then simply put the oxygen setup on top of the tree. Make a little tree house. Jungle would be great for the treehouse plan. Acacia would be good if you wanted to do the treehouse plan but not make it obscenely tall. Dark oak, same with acacia, though we don't have enough. Pine's really tall and thin. Rubber is unnecessary. I think I'll just go with all reliable. Some oak. And I'll bring several in the hopes that we can have better statistical odds of it working. As for bone meal, we have bone meal. And then I think, for the most part, we just treat this like it's a really committed mining expedition. We refine our tools, we bring tool repair materials and options, we bring a lot of storage. And then just mine out the moon. Welcome back. We are planning our attack on the moon. Well, we're not doing the moon attack now, but we're doing our preparations for it. Particularly the, like, clearing our inventory, making sure we have our tools ready, that kind of stuff. Where's my tool bench? Where's my backpack? I am losing my mind slightly. What's a gravity suit? There it is, somehow. There's the tool forge. I'm okay if I fly when I jump, because I have the hang glider, and that will let me coast as long as the Minecraft doesn't simulate the lack of atmosphere. Is that a thing? Spacesuit gravity boots. Suits with high strength. It stabilizes atmospheric pressure. Also, the helmet allows longer times underwater. Duralumin. I don't think I'm here yet. I don't think that technology is available to me yet. I'm okay with sleeping. I accept this. Okay. Okay. Let's start lining up our actual objectives for this moon mission. We need to know what we're doing. I'm gonna set up like a bootleg chest here, just to dump everything, and then we'll extract what we want or need. And empty this out. We're only going to bring the essentials and do like maximum storage stuff. Or chest. Should use this gold one, but whatever. I don't think I want to encounter Mr. Lose Your Items in Lava. Okay, so things we absolutely are not going to bring will go in here unless we know where to put them. So, for instance... Yeah, you are empty. Things we do want. We want the bone meal, dirt, and saplings for the oxygen setup. Those are absolute. We want our hang glider for travel. We want our cobalt hammer for mining, cobalt shovel for digging, cobalt excavator for digging. Well, actually, this might be redundant. We maybe don't need the shovel, just the excavator. Bring the hatchet, just in case we need to manipulate some tree. There's not any Greg Tech machines that we're bringing necessarily. The Stirling engine, the etc., the etc. None of those are Greg anymore. We want our weapons, so the longsword, the crossbow, the bolts for the crossbow. We don't need the cleaver if we are not actually trying to get skulls from our enemies. The plant lens is unnecessary. The architect's hammer is unnecessary. Put the things we want in the inventory and the things we don't want here, just to be convenient. So don't bring the cleaver. Don't bring the blank casts. Don't need this clay or this emerald or polyethylene rod. We could bring the toolbox as one complete set, simply in the case that we need to do some tooling for some, like, if we're on the moon, we may want to do crafting of some sort. So let's try and put our tools in the toolbox as much as we can, and then just bring the toolbox. I don't remember having a file. Unless it's already in here. Oh, maybe I left it in the chest near the... No? Heretofore ignoring that. Okay, I will not bring a bow with arrows, but I will bring my crossbow with bolts. And then I will bring carbon ingots to repair the crossbow, and I will bring cobalt ingots to repair all of my tools. To repair my tools, I will bring the tool forge. We also want to do research while we're there, so let's bring the thermometer. Crafting table in case of emergency. Carbon dust. Let's compress more carbon dust into carbon ingot, which is just compressor, yeah. Yeah. Don't need the bowls for anything. You can't sleep on the moon, right? bringing it would just be a liability, I imagine. It's like the Nether. You can. Okay. Interesting. Okay, Moon Dungeon. Let's look at what the objectives look like. While looking around for meteoric iron, you might find a moon dungeon. The entrance looks like a deep hole. Go and kill the boss monster. It will drop the key for the chest in the next room with the schematics for tier 2 rockets. Kill the boss monster again in a different dungeon if you want an extra tier 2 schematic to exchange for a moon buggy schematic. Place the schematic in the NASA workbench and unlock it on the last tab. This will unlock it for your character, so you can move the workbench if you want. If you've made the chip in an older version, you can turn it back into a schematic in a PLE. All dungeons work the same, just with a different boss. Also, sometimes the boss room or chest room doesn't generate. You'll need to find another dungeon. Okay, so the boss is the lose everything in lava guy. Good to know. Do we have more cobalt? Yes, we do. Let's take this moment to repair our tools, get them to full operating status. First off, the bolts. Then the crossbow. The longsword is cobalt. No, it's dark. Okay, it's at 93%. That's fine. Hammer needs a lot. Oh, wrong way around. That's good. I would like to bring the pickaxe and shovel, even if they're redundant, just for precision work on like the base or facility. Okay, individual uses me for volleyball. That is good intel. Do I have ways to survive lava? I mean, fireproof potion, theoretically, but... Ooh. I have none of this. Okay, we're definitely bringing lunch, and we are bringing, like, extra food, because we're going to be there for a while, theoretically. I am bringing the wand. If we're not making... Like, this is not going to make a base. This is going to be an expedition. We are not going to... Like, we're not going to... We'll have a place that we'll have to survive there. Okay. The lapis was part of the paint set, so we don't need that. Bring extra oxygen pipe and extra aluminum just in case we need to make different infrastructure. A bucket of water just to be safe might be good. If we're not doing Greg Tech machines on the moon, we don't need any of this. The ore finder wand we should bring to help us find the ore veins, but we need to know what ore veins we're looking for. So let's check. To reach tier 2 planets like Mars or its moons, Phobos and Deimos, you need a better rocket. Your next goal is tier 2 rocket plates, which need meteoric iron. You'll find small meteoric iron ore under the surface. Use an HV miner or multi-block miner to get extra fortune on small ores. Small meteoric iron is only from Y50 to 70, so try to find tall hills. You can also just mine the fallen meteors on the surface. Use your ears to listen to their impacts. Impacts? That's unnerving. Okay, they want us to get moon tuff, moon dirt, and moon rock. Know that much. Go to the moon. Get these. Go back to tier 3. This tells us what we want, I think. HV is about getting to the moon so you can get titanium used to make EV and AE2 machines. It's a long and involved task, though, so head on over to the Space Race tab for more info. You need IV circuits and the HV assembler to start the tab. If you're doing the no rocket run, hold a stack of titanium, etc. These are the ores. These must be them. EV motors need neodymium. Rare earth is an okay source, but on the moon you can find a vein with pure neodymium ore. Bastnasite is a great source of fluorine, and monazite can be taken apart for more rare earth. Yeah, the moon, everything reintegrates into the Greg Tech progression. The reason you go to the moon is for titanium and other associated special ores you can't find on the overworld, or the Nether, or the Twilight Forest. Unfortunately, none of these are ores that I have available here, meaning that I can't use the ore finder until I find one randomly. Ilmenite. You actually get more ilmenite from the bauxite vein, but maybe you are here for the chromite. And then bauxite. The bauxite vein contains 2 ores that get you titanium. Bauxite and ilmenite. Bauxite also contains aluminum, as does, obviously, the aluminum. There's aluminum ore here. Okay, I'll explain titanium in a second. There's raw aluminum ore. Do we have raw aluminum ore? Was that ever a thing? Cryolite? No, we've never had raw aluminum. We've always just processed it out of, like, lazurite or something. I understand. Maybe we can detect it with aluminum dust. We're bringing 1 aluminum dust. That might be able to get us to the bauxite. But to answer your question, titanium is made from nonsense. There are many ways to get titanium. Here's the one we're stuck with right now. Wait, no, this is platinum. Never mind, I don't know. Let's check how titanium is made. Let's see, titanium shard is uncraftable. Interesting. Vacuum freezer is hot titanium. Titanium dust. Okay, here's titanium dust. Titanium ore, Bartimaeusnik ore, Geikelite ore, or Titanite ore. I don't know if any of those are correct. But titanium is what you use to get to tier 4. Like, you get to tier 4 tech by having titanium, basically. Where is the associated titanium quest here? Here. Okay. You've got some rutile as a byproduct by now, right? Or EBF some ilmenite? Rutile, chlorine, and carbon makes titanium tetrachloride and some carbon monoxide. You can recycle this for carbon if you want to. Best use in a large chemical reactor in that case to get the full recipe. Combining titanium tetrachloride with magnesium in a high voltage EPF will give you hot titanium ingot. So we need rutile to get titanium, which is found in ilmenite, rutile, or bauxite, which is why we're going to the moon. We understand now. Man, that's complicated. Okay. All right. So back to the question. Well, in terms of things we continually need, I'm going to get the setup here. Take the battery out, take the battery out. There should not be any batteries in here. There aren't. Pick these up. Our oxygen tanks are full. You're going to take this golden chest with us. Okay, let's put the oxygen setup away. Collectors here. There's the hopper. We also want to secure the charcoal barrel. Something I need my this to do. And we are bringing the dolly. Thank you. Okay, we're ready there. That's ready. Then we have the combat sector here. Our weapons have been accounted for. Tools have been accounted for. Let's prepare food. Yeah, plenty of large veggie. We have veggie sandwich. We really just need more. We need veggie burger. So do that. Okay, full there. Tomato. Cucumber. Onion. It is entirely possible that Thega has fallen asleep. Okay, research. Batteries are ready. Repair resources are ready. Ore finder. I can set up the ore finder initially with the aluminum dust in it. And put that away. Spare bucket to be filled with water in case we... Oh, you know, I could just make an... No, I can't. That's not real. I was about to say I can make an infinite water source on the moon, but no, I can't. Let me see if I can explain this to you in the form of interpretive dance. This is why not. Yeah, it don't. It don't anymore. No, it's intentional. You're meant to use the Railcraft water siding tanks to collect water ambiently from the atmosphere. And then when you get to high voltage, you can use a reservoir, which I've hidden underneath the ground here. And it makes like 1 bucket of water per second. You gotta earn your infinite water in an industrial context. I am not bringing 800 buckets of water to the moon. That is not an action I am performing. I think I'm going to put the rocket here. I don't think it, like, matters long term, but I just want to make sure I'm not hitting my ceiling. Now would be the time to go, though. The launch pad is 3x3. As far as I understand it. Yep, there it is. Sega woke up. Good morning. Okay, that must be the fuel side, and that's the power side, or am I being mistaken? Am I being led astray? Oh, I absolutely will need the wrench to rotate the machines. So add that to the list of things we're bringing. We need the wrench. Oh, it's already in the toolbox. Yeah. And I'll be rotating it here just to make sure that... Yeah, that's the power side. Oh, wait, how does this work again? Is there a specific side that needs to go into the machine? Place it next to any side of the launch pad. The green side is for energy, while the yellow side is for fuel. Pipe it in if you don't want to lose your cells. You can also power it with batteries. You're worried about draining your power, don't want to set up the infrastructure. Well, I don't really care to set up the infrastructure personally, so I'll just use batteries. And battery. So it feels like we're going. It feels like we're going to the moon right now. It feels like that is very much what's happening right now. I think it's fine. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to go to the moon. I'm willing to lose the cells. We can just dump them in. Oh, there's a pre-launch checklist. Let's go to that. The website isn't working. Okay, let's load a fuel. Oh, it's not removing our cells at all. Let's give it time to drain. Oh, that just forces me into F5 mode, huh? Weirdly, it's acting as if it's full. Inventory fuel, right? They said it was unbound. So let's go into... Open spaceship inventory. Let's make it... I don't know, C? Oh, we're full. We have the fuel. We're good. We're ready. Huh. I think the rocket's ready to go. Okay, so is there anything else we're missing? Nope. Sapling is in here. We have that. Dirt right there. And before you ask, bone meal right there. Okay, I'm going to safely have the rest of the rocket fuel here for like future launches. But according to the thing, they've changed it so that it will have enough fuel to just bring itself back, so long as it's full. And it is full. So we're good to go on that front. I want to bring storage. We have the golden tank. We get like one of those super backpacks, maybe. You make a big bag. Oh, you need titanium. Okay, we got dirt. We got thing. Pick this up and bring it with us. This is our fuel supply for the Sterling. To bring that. In case of need, bring extra chests and extra barrels, just in case we need to keep stuff on the moon. I think we're doing it. I think we're going. Okay. I am going to cheat. Which is to say, I am going to make a backup. Pardon me for a second as I go to make a backup. Oh, I am on the screen. Sometimes I have like too many scenes in just OBS and I keep forgetting like which one's which, and they all have weird names because I decided to not give them sane and reasonable names. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it just makes backups. That makes things easier. I can recreate a backup. No. I think I'll just put my trust in the automatic backup making system and just go back in. So that will have proved to have been a complete waste of time. But that's okay. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, here's the moment. I don't think there's anything left to do but light this candle. Are we go? Okay. I want to go, no go from chat. I want to know if we're clear to launch. Have you not seen like a rocket launch in the Apollo ever? They got the guy that asks every single individual department if they're go for launch. Okay, that's fine. Point is, are you ready? Is everyone ready? Because we do this, we win. Let us begin. In 3, 2. Well, okay, well, I'm going to launch the thing and it's going to start its own countdown. You're bringing Disneyland into this? That is a Kerbal Space Program joke. In 3, 2, 1. Terminal count. All engines running. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. We have cleared the tower. Oh boy. Am I truly ready for what this entails? Probably not. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. Okay, the audio decided to continue. Okay, as I understand, space begins at like Y1100. Oh, there's the planet! There's the planet! And the audio's gone again. 7, 8, 9. I guess it's a little further. Oh! Welcome! Oh my goodness. Oh! Oh, it is interstellar. Okay, okay. I'm not going to Pluto. The rocket does not have enough fuel to go to Pluto. There it is. Look, we'll get a better rocket. We'll go to Pluto. What the heck's over here? What are you? Tau Ceti D? Okay, the overworld. Click again for zoom view. This is high tech as heck. Wild. Okay, there's moon. Do 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 do. Okay. I think we going. Launch. Okay, if I recall correctly, I gotta like hold spacebar once this starts becoming logical. As I understand, we want to stay under 20 meters, but not yet. We're still high above the moon. Like, I don't see the ground. I'm starting to see the ground. Oh. We're here! How is it night? I thought it was a full moon out. But okay, whatever. We need to get to work. So, quick evaluation. I didn't make torches. I didn't make torches. I didn't bring torches. Oh, I did? No, I didn't. Wait, but I have the ability to make torches. Okay, this will be the heart of our operations. Get the oxygen going. We have tree. Oxygen collector, oxygen compressor. Okay, next tree goes here, and this one will be for wood. I cannot actually see anything. There's oak wood here. I have it. I have it. I can then take lights. Frick. They don't work. They don't work. Well, well, what we do is we survive. We survive is what we do. That's what we do here. Okay. All right. Set up the oxygen system. This is what we brought the Sterling for. We're gonna be okay. We're attacked! No. This is a disaster. I'm afraid of the possibility that that explosion blew up our oxygen system. So I'm trying to get just vision anywhere to see if it's still here. But we may need to take that backup option here. Oh, there's the collector. We found the collector. I have an idea. Okay, that didn't work. Oh boy. I can't even see my enemies. Alright, fine, I'm using the backup. Give me time to set this up. Okay, how far back do we have to go here? We might have to go back like an entire solid 30 minutes. That's just simply what the last backup time moment was. But we were in the prep stage. This was before I prepared all our tools, I see. Right, this was before I made the extra carbon. Sorry, I'm trying to get a grasp here. But we know what we did wrong. And we can do unwrong this time. Yes, we will take a lot of glowstone. Okay. I think I read somewhere that torches needed air to work, and that's why I didn't bring them initially. But I completely ignored the issue of light. Just pure vision. This is before I made the sandwiches, okay. Well, we'll rebuild. Nothing was truly lost that hard. Put the burger, get the sandwich, put the sandwich. Okay, so let's get some glowstone. So is glowstone torch a specific thing? Carpenter's torch, glowstone torch. It is glowstone duct and carbon rod specifically. You can get a lot if you use an electric incandescent light bulb. which is requiring argon, which we don't have. Okay, tragically, we don't have access to the light bulb. This isn't the problem. It's like carbon rods are cheap. In fact, we're making them right now. Unless we're not? We need a carbon rod. A carbon rod is a carbon ingot filed. We can use a lathe or a cutting machine on a long rod. I mean, we could also just make the glowstone blocks. Just flat out make those and plant them down. That should be fine. What's the most powerful compressor we got? Advanced lathe, cutting machine, mixer, chemical plant, laser engraver, assembler, macerator. What is this forming press? If I use a mold form block, actually, so just flat glowstone. You can compress it over 15 seconds, fluid solidify it. Melting it requires MV... No, okay. Yeah, just make glowstone block. That's our solution. Oh, we have plenty. I doubt it will. Okay. We have plenty of glowstone. We'll use that. I'm going to temporarily utilize this hopper just to have it be automated as we prepare the everything else. We got to get back to parity on our old system here. So take these back out. Carbon repair here. Cobalt repair there. See, I don't think the sieve exists in the way that you want the sieve to exist. This is an alveary sieve. It does B stuff, I think. Soul sieve. Like some thumb thing. Sieve upgrade for the industrial apiary. Industrial sieve case it. What the... Is this the sieve? Eglin steel, fine steel. HV Eglin steel. It's technically within the possibility, but I think this is just a large sifter. Let's just try moon turf. What are the things we can do with moon turf? Macerate it into moonstone dust. Okay, what about moon dirt? Moon rock? You can laser engrave it in the moon dungeon brick for some reason, but it all just macerates down to moonstone dust and does nothing else. I think that's it. We want the thumb. We wanted a bucket of water. We wanted the crafting table for emergencies. That. We want that. Carbon dust in dust form won't really help. While we're making the bars. Cable won't help. Lapis won't help. Bowls won't help. This is already the stuff we don't want to bring. Wait, what? Huh? I think the backup has caused some anomalies. Good luck with that. I think we've somehow, via backup shenanigans, accidentally duplicated some of our tools. I'm gonna choose to ignore that. That's happening. Slap. That's still bound. Yeah, I'll get the charcoal. Okay, charcoal ready to go. Okay, let's re-sanitize the... Compressor, collector. I guess I'll bring both of these generators. I'm regretting the backup more and more. There's a possibility it has wiped out our like saplings in the preparation. Fortunately, we have more. The bigger issue is it's wiped out our bone meal. I don't know what I'm going to do about them. I think for the time being, I'm just going to operate normally. Ignore them for now. Just make sure everything's, like, functioning. Okay. These away. We want this on deck. This is part of this assembly, as is the charcoal. Charcoal's there. Okay. Dirt is in. Oak is in. Bone meal is in. Good here. Random torch is not going to help. Need more chests. Bring this with us. It's like we got knocked a bit further back than I thought we did. Okay, the rocket is full. Put the excess fuel and cells away. Get that bucket of water. The good luck bucket of water. Is the glowstone done? Looks like it. We've got a stack and a quarter of redstone. Which I think will be good enough for our purposes. Tanks are ready. Parachute's good. All this other stuff is nice and prepared. Okay. I think we're ready for round 2. We very much do hope. Okay. Launching attempt 2, timeline 2, I suppose. In 3, 2, 1, go. Does this work? Wrong button. Yeah, it does. Let's get cinematic with this then. We are away. I pressed the wrong one again. No, it's just for like the cinematics of it. I can be back. Here, I'm back. And zoom in. Welcome to Moon. Again. It's daytime this time, I think. Perhaps not. Wait, it is? I knew I was forgetting something. Yep, we're a corpse. Okay, back to the backups again. No progress has happened in an hour. Okay, speed run this. Oh, hey! It hasn't glitched out of oblivion this time. That's great. That's great. So the stuff's back. Okay, nope, different stuff is glitched. Interesting. That's not important, though. Where's the carbon? Yeah. Charcoal, glowstone, go. We do this proper. All the glowstone dust. Give me that hopper. Hopper set to 2. Go in here. Dump it. Blockulate. Up in there. We also got to do the food again. But that's easy. Lunchbox isn't here, but it will be with us shortly. Get some extra glowstone while we're about. Do not have the dolly yet. Can't get the glow or the charcoal yet. Go. Glowstone. Good supply. Gold chest. Random other chest. Lunch. Pickaxe. Shovel. This bucket of water. Or finder wand for aluminum. Is already in here. Oh, it says does not work in space. Very explicitly, it says does not work in space. So we're keeping it here. Got the dolly. Have the dolly. Get the charcoal with the dolly. It would appear that the oxygen setup has been duplicated. I will be leaving that one here. Having 2 oxygen setups is a little too cheaty for my liking. Okay, we still got the saplings. Charcoal acquired. Make the launch site. Here for a second. Repair the tools. Bring over the fuel. Do the fuel thing. Fuel. Rocket. Tool forge. The carbon. Catabin. This is sufficient carbon. Cobalt in. Okay. Check. Take that with me. Fine here, fine here. Choice of inventory is fine. The whole oxygen setup's in here. That's fine and good. We have the golden chest. We have extra chests. How's the glowstone going? I called about halfway done. Lunchbox back. Fill. Unfill. Fill. Eat. I'll bring more cobalt with me. A little bit, like that. Don't bring all the fuel. We only need 5. Batteries are available. Fuel loader. Rocket. Figured out the method. Okay, supplant with battery. Where's the other battery? I think maybe the batteries haven't been duplicated. So I will steal the batteries from the duplicated setup. Take you, take you. Okay, the situation has asserted itself. I think we're good. I think now it's just the glowstone, we go. As much glowstone as we took last time. Okay. This one. This one. This is the one. I'm gonna make my own backup. There. Backupped. Go. Fuel is good. We have the oxygen set up. We have the oxygen set up. Hopper is missing. Forgot the hopper. We go. We're going. Charcoal. Rocket. Launch. Oh, I can just do this. Cool. I'm in a box. Okay. What's happening? What happened? What? What was that? Was that pollution? That might have been pollution. Okay, whatever. We know what to do now. We know how to fix the mistake of last time. Remember to hold the button. Just because you succeeded once doesn't mean you'll succeed again. Uh-oh. We lost the dice roll, I think. It might be nighttime. No, it's not. Okay, we're here. We landed. Let's get to work. Same plan as last time, except we do it correctly. Okay, take my wrench out. The energy side, so put the power here. Solar panels here. Oh. Oxygen valves there. We are collecting oxygen. Okay. And making some preemptive glowstone placements. It seems the glider doesn't work here. Tragic. I'm just trying to mark out the territory a bit right here. So we're on the moon now. A bit more confidently than before. Okay, let's do some quests. This particular thing wants a lot of moon rock and stuff. Efficient tool shovel for most of these. Actually, we should find an ore chunk, start doing some ore stuff. We have to figure out the grid, so to speak. This is an ore chunk right here. So the closest ore chunk would be 3 chunks the other way. It's the north chunk. So this should be our ore hole. Hey! Already showing results. Hello. We're finding the locals. Hello, local. I can deal with you with reasonable effectiveness now. We're exiting the ore chunk portions of this, so I want to go back. Small chalco. It's a chalco vein? Just a copper vein on the moon. Huh. Is there like a real vein at the bottom of this, or is it all just small ore forever? Oh! There is a vein down here! Unfortunately, it's just copper. We did not need to go to the moon to find copper. I suppose I could just use the surrounding area as like a place to start mining out, but I think I'd rather go back up. So we're on the moon. Pretty cool. I think it's about time to restock some of our air in one of our tanks. Works well. Ooh, that's useful traversal. The lunge attack. Where would I find one of those dungeons? Also, what's the tier 3 quest looking for? Moon Dirt, Moon Tough. Hey, a bauxite vein accidentally. That's more Moon Turf. I think Moon Turf is only the top layer, it seems. There's the quest. Okay, let's head back, get the full double oxygen tank set up, and then go for a big exploration type thing. Check it out, we're on like the moon and stuff. Okay, tank's full. Put that tank in. Now we're ready to explore. We went north, so let's go this way a bit. Whoa. So the thing said that a dungeon would look like a big hole. But I went down a hole, and it did not evolve into dungeon. So maybe I'm looking for something more specific. Looks like ravine. That could count. Oh, that one looks large. And like a hole in the ground. Oh, but that one has ore. Let's see what ore it is. More copper. I guess copper's popular on the moon. This is the same vein. Okay. Well, I guess we have a source of iron. There are a lot of enemies in this direction. But I think they're just here because this is a hole in the ground. Like regular, it's dark type enemies. out of the ore veins for a second, just as a convenient marker. Trying to go a little fast because the moment it becomes nighttime, we kind of have to stop. Huddle down near the tree that is our base, build some walls, build some proper shelter, and just wait. Ooh, I just saw something on a map that looks important. Very circular, very deep hole. Could it be the dungeon? It's the dungeon. Oh, that's mean. Wow, that takes forever. Let's just seal you up with light. You got Dungeon Stone. I remember that being a quest. Okay, I think we're holding our own. The torches are not working, obviously. Evil ghost. Unstable. Take the ectoplasm, though. That's always valuable. Oh, you're fast. Is this what they mean by you being evolved? That you're faster? I think keeping the cobwebs around actually plays to my advantage. Slows down some enemies. Eat, 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 eat. I think we're holding steady, though. Yeah, like I could juggle them a little bit like that. Why is that torch off? Okay, now the webs are getting in the way. Hey, a box. Ooh, stuff. Not the most inspiring stuff. Purple. I got purple. Ooh, light. Is this the boss room? Kind of has that... Oh no, is this the volleyball chamber? Skeleton boss. Okay, we found the volleyballer. I elect to stay up here. Hey, I won. That's cool. So I came from that way, so I should go this way. Oh! Treasure of the dungeon, perhaps. You are gone. Everything else seems secure? Well, first off, I want to make sure I'm getting credit for doing the dungeon quest. Like, it sees I have the key, did the brick. Okay, let's do this. Open! Ho, ho, ho! Things. Yeah, let's put some loot and other incidental things away. Keep the glowstone out. Alright, now open this. That's the schematic. Ooh, discs as well. Not the quest I was expecting to accomplish there. Oh, this one's for a moon buggy. We did it. We've got progression. Now, I just looked at our oxygen, and we need to leave now. Okay, out, 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 now. There's one advantage we have right now is that it's still kind of day. I was wrong, it's not kind of day. But we can go fast. There's the light of our base. We just need to get into the area, put one of our canisters away, and we'll be good. Then, like, all of the glowstone we have, we can dedicate to just sort of lighting up the area. Okay. Canister. No, wrong one. In. Oxygen is happening. Focus. Focus, focus, focus. Stirling generator is available. The batteries are available. Prep the Stirling for use. Manual for now. Still got a little light, but that's not going to last long. Oxygen setup is invalid because this tank emptied. Swap the tanks. We live. We live and we're on the moon. Okay, right now what I want to do is I want to build up a sort of fort. Just a bit of a walled enclosure to keep out hostiles. Building blocks and materials of that nature can be acquired pretty fast. This will be one edge, then we can go this way. I should have brought the building wand, but whatever. I'm feeling safer already. I no longer feel safe. Nope. Got him. We are going to run out of glowstone. We did not bring enough. That's okay. You can always come back. It's not too difficult to return, I think. I don't care what I'm making the perimeter out of. It just needs to exist. I apologize if I've become very untalkative. I'm busy trying to survive these conditions. There's spare material over here. The outside of the perimeter doesn't really have walls because I made it in a cliffside crater. But at the very least, I can put a trench outside at any point and sort of help stop anything from getting in. I haven't actually seen any evolved spiders outside of the dungeon spawn. So I don't know if they're real. I could have tried to make a more proper interior space, but we need that solar power. I got really scared by these blocks falling down. I thought it was some sort of like moon gas descending into view. Evil moon gas. Here, footsteps. I see you. Gotcha. Okay, the perimeter is coming together. Walls are forming. At least on this side. Skeleton. I don't see where you shot from. I can't see you. I don't see you. I got withered and I can't see you. Ah! Okay. Air! Darn it. Okay. I think the game may have crashed. It's at the very least frozen, and it's saying it's not responding. I don't know how to feel about this. On one hand, my only objective for Season 3 was getting to the moon. And even before all of the problems and resets and backups, I did it. I got there. Anything we did on the moon was functionally a victory lap. But the fact that we got here and Everything just kept going wrong. Feels like a little bit of an anticlimax, despite the fact that this isn't part of the contest at all. Yeah, the game's not responding. Well, Greg takes and Greg gives and then Greg takes, and then you have to like make your own, so you get some and then you have to process it to make it, and then Greg takes that too. Independent of everything, despite the fact that maybe there wasn't that much fanfare, I did it. I accomplished my goal. Season 1 was functionally canceled because, it got canceled. There is no season 2. But here, I set out to do a goal and I did it. It all fell apart in the end, but it only fell apart after the end. So we got over the finish line. I think we have permission for it all to go wrong. And go wrong it did, in 3 unique and exciting ways. I'm declaring victory. I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm being told that I should play Galactic Science, or however it's exactly expanded. And I've been meaning to do other things. Actually, in like a week or two, Spengineers is coming out with an update. I know there was like a big old survival update a little bit back, but I think they're adding like quality of life features in this one to make the new survival mode less bad. Not to say it's bad, but it's improved. So, I don't know, that's a possibility. That's an option. I don't know. This is as anticlimactic and awkward as the event itself. But it was good. I enjoyed playing Greg. I hope to play Greg in the future. There is a lot further on to go, and I'd like to keep improving on my ability to plan, scale. I definitely did better than I did last time in terms of like producing as much stuff as I needed. The whole electric circuit era thing, that whole project of making an entire stack, I think that was good for me. And the subsequent attempts we did afterwards, how it became easier and easier as we went along, that was real good. I think the one problem is that I did not invest in bulk material to get bulk processing and then just bulk up everything. I didn't go wide enough. I still only made like basically one of any particular machine and then supplanted it with waiting. Something I could do by just doing some processing off stream, but not good practice for actually playing the game well. You want to make multiple machines processing in volume because you have so much stuff and you want to make it into what you want it to be at scale. I think if I were to do this next time, I would probably invest a lot more into like multiple macerators, multiple centrifuge, multiple processing, more wire mills, more bending machines, automatic crafting. I would definitely try and set up an assembly line or just like bulk processing areas to convert entire stacks of a material into another material. Really do some like circuit bulk processing construction stuff. We were on the cusp of that, I feel. All the foil, the whole plastic board machine, and the SMDs that we could make in great volume. I think I would lean in more on that, even more than I did this time. And that would be good, and that would work, and that would be nice. But I definitely think that if I do that, a lot more time will be spent mining, and I need to learn some of the automated like logistics meta that people might do. Because I effectively manually mined everything. The introduction of the hammer and the fortune on the hammer were extremely good for helping me do more mining, get more materials out of the ore veins we had. But I think like the true objective is to automate doing that. I used an automatic mining drill in season 1, but it was really something I just kind of sat and babysat. Like, I put it in a place, I'd wait several hours as it dug up the ore vein. Frankly, I was getting better results mining with a hammer this season. But I think if I invested in the scale, making so many of them that I could mine from everything, go into this grand central chamber of processing, do a bunch of processing, and make a lot of machines, even like sticking in low voltage, but going wide in low voltage, there's more to learn. There's more to expand. Don't know when it'll happen. Don't know how it'll happen, but I like Greg. Maybe it's not like an eternal staple of the channel, but it's definitely a flavor. I'm gonna go now. Rest, relax, recuperate from being murdered on the moon in multiple different ways at once. As you do. I'm Exception. This is In TV. Have a good day and good night.